I want to apologize. The traffic here, I normally say we must wake up early. It's unfortunate my transport had to arrive late, but there's no excuse in that. I'll have to rectify that tomorrow. It can be a tendency. I'm not sure, Beth, what were you saying? G, are we ready to start?
I've got one member online, Chair.
One on the line, online.
Yes.
Can we test whether Letlape can hear us?
So what, Chair?
Can we test whether she can hear us from?
Honorable Klapi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, but can you hear the Chair?
Can you hear me from?
Can you hear the Chair from here? Because I did put on the mic as well.
No, I can't hear her for now. I think Khadija should come from this side.
Khadija, I think you must come closer.
Okay, just hold on. I'm just going to move quickly. Can you hear us now? Chair, just talk quickly. We're putting both mics on here. Chair?
Morning, Letlape.
She can't hear. Okay, I'll come closer. Thank you, Chair. I'll just move closer to Chair quickly.
Because if this doesn't speak to her.
Okay, I'm closer to Chair, and Chair can just speak, and we'll hear if you can hear her.
Good morning once again. I'm trying to test whether.
I can hear her.
Okay. Good morning to your good self, members and the delegation. As I've started by apologizing, and the apology is not an excuse, actually it's a bad tendency that I think this week it's just not doing good on my side. I always complain, I'm the one who complains about time, but unfortunately some of the things I can't handle them properly. I thought I'll arrive in time. My time to leave the park was 8 o'clock. But then it means it took me an hour and some minutes with the traffic. Tomorrow I'll improve. My sincere apology. As we have on the program, members, we have the program. Before I could request you to adopt it, there are 2 items that I want to propose. They must be removed based on these reasons. One, the issue of matters arising, which is tracking of a resolution from yesterday. Obviously, there's nothing that will get a response from the department, and even ourselves, we just had a meeting yesterday. They are not yet submitted to me to go through them so that I can send them to you, the entire committee. So I'll want to request the 2 items to be waived. Yes, there are standing items in our agenda, but for the sake of tomorrow, today and yesterday, there's no way we'll have those items standing until we are back in track in a normal system. So I want to put this agenda before your good self for an adoption with those two items being removed. Can I get an indication of an agreement as we welcome Delange, the earliest man for tomorrow's meeting? Can I, can I get an indication by a show of hand the adoption of the addenda? Honorable Bath. Second, Honorable Madikizela, any contrary view? Then the agenda has been officially adopted. Today's meeting is about the annual report of Agrima SA. I believe they are ready. I can see their new faces, or it's me who don't know people, led by the DM. Let me also give this opportunity, Nola, to give us official apologies.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, DM, DG, and the colleagues. Chair, some of the apologies are stemming from yesterday as well. Honorable Gobe is attending an oversight visit with the PC on water and sanitation. Honorable Mkize is still unwell, but she said she'll join using the link online. Honorable Itlape, the same, she's also unwell. And then another apology that we received was from Honorable Thring, who's an alternate, and Honorable Makas, who's also an alternate. Thank you, Chair. Oh, and the Minister's apology, I'd like it to be registered. Honorable Chairperson, the DM would also like to apologize. He'll have to leave the meeting early today due to other commitments, and then tomorrow the DM will not be available. Thank you.
Thank you, members. There are the apologies as we normally do. In the absence of no hand, I guess and believe that you are agreeing to the apologies and accept them. Can we move to the next item, the presentation, and maybe we request the DM to give the political overview, and you'll hand over to the DG and the team of Agrima to take us forward. While you are doing that, DM, don't forget to introduce the team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. I think my first sentence, so that the day goes well, I must indicate that we brought Mr. Mtombi. We did our best to get Mtombi so that the meeting goes well and we don't face what we saw yesterday. Yes. We have obviously, as per the invitation and the agenda, have the Agrima SA represented by Dr. Matside. He is the CEO, together with Mr. Mojane, who is the manager for planning and monitoring.
Yep. I will request them when you introduce them to wave. We've got members who joined us recently.
Oh, okay, thank you. If the CEO would stand up. The chairperson, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair. And the head of monitoring and evaluation, I think you can see them. We then have the DG. The CFO. My apologies, CFO. Then we have the team from the department, the DG, Mr. Mtakane. We then have Ms. Peteni Muwali. She is an RM from Polokwane. We then have Luyan. No. We have given something that is not correct here. Others are here by. We have Mr. Mtombeni, known. We have Mr. Mabaso, the head of communication. We have Mr. Mtombeni is a DDG for intergovernmental relations. My apologies. Yes. And then we have Ms. Kante, who's the chief director within IGR. We then have Luke Albert is there. I did explain yesterday about Luke.
Book of Luke.
That is a script that is about the birth and the death of Jesus Christ. We then have Cecilia at the end. This is the delegation. In brief and in a nutshell, the Agrima SA is the institution that is mandated.
I think you forgot someone. Next to communication, I did not see.
Oh, no. Ikhala delu umZulu leli. Mr. Peters.
No, the two.
Chief Director from Policy, Peters. Ms. Kate, I think IGR, I did.
No, you did.
Yes. Now, when people are delayed and they are late, they tend to confuse even those who would have not. That's on a lighter note, Chair.
We hope we are going, our ears will be happy for the rest of the day. The delegation, it's young.
Yes, it's mixed, quite
Yeah,
mixed.
actually, you know,
Young and old, men and women of high caliber. We are presenting here the annual performance report of Agrima SA. And Agrima SA is an entity of the department that look on authentifying the products that are introduced in the built environment. We would want to upfront commend them for a lot of innovative products that we see coming through, though we note that they don't easily get into the market because of traditional and conventional thinking that we sometimes resist to adapt and adopt new solutions. They have provided or work on various products that are in the built environment, including those that could easily mitigate the effect of the climate change. We also want to commend the Agrima SA for good work done. They are one of the entities that are performing well and got clean audit. We are not measuring the success based on only clean audit. We measure the success based on performance, spending, and spending on what would have been planned, and then accounting. So that is the process. We want to assure the committee that as per the discussion at the beginning of this financial year, the committee implored on us to ensure that the work of Agrima SA is known. And we are working on that. In the roadshows that we have undertaken, we have also been with them in some. We are also intending to host an exhibition at some point where we will display the products that they have produced, those solutions so that the built environment is not stuck in the conventional method only. We are quite mindful of the need of innovation, especially to mitigate the climate change and the challenges that we have. But we are quite also mindful of the fact that the built environment is one of those that have become so costly. It is very, very costly. If you build 1 kilometer of road, some years ago, maybe 15 years ago, it will cost 1 million. And today, to build a straight kilometer of road will cost more than 12 to 13 million. So we have to be innovative to introduce solutions that also reduce cost. With those words, we have the DG as well as the chairperson and the management of the Agrima SA. I will hand over to the DG and the management. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
DG can proceed and hand over to the presenter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. Chair, while we have said that the CEO is on international travel, so he's not available, the Chair will lead the presentation with the CFO and the manager with us here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks a lot to everyone, and greeting to you, Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure Portfolio Committee, Honorable Ms. Piri and her colleagues. I'm also want to extend the word of appreciation to Minister McPherson in his absentia, and Deputy Minister Zikalala, who's always with us on Agrima functions, the Director General, Mr. Mtakane, and his team. Honorable members, the CEO sent his apologies. He had a long-planned commitment. This is not a sign of disregard of this important meeting, and I promise you that he will be available on the next one. I didn't come here alone. I came with Mr. Ranzwa, who's our CFO and acting CEO, and then Mr. Munjani, who is the manager for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Yeah, just an introduction regarding Agrima. Agrima South Africa is hereby to present its 2024-2025 annual performance report, including the audited financial performance and audit outcomes. This happened in line with the requirements of Section 55(1)(d) of the Public Finance Management Act, the 1999 Act 1 of 1999, which is called the PFMA. 2024-2025 financial year marked the final year of implementing the ASA 2021-2025, 2024-25 five-year financial strategic plan. Like many other government departments and public entities, ASA is faced with significant challenges due to lingering effects of economic conditions. We are all aware that post the 2008 global financial recession, our economy has grown quite slowly, around 1% or so, and that has got an impact on the funds that are available for all government departments and the entities. I think us as well has been facing budget cuts, not only in real term and also in inflation-wise. And then, yes, those are some of the issues that we are struggling with, and this has created some kind of resource constraints, both financial and human capital, as the cost of hiring people is getting greater, while our grant is getting reduced, I think almost each year over the past 3 years or so. And then this constraints has affected SAS's ability to meet diverse and competing needs. As the board, we are also trying to to expand our certificate holders beyond the traditional, but then yes, some of those are unable to pay. And then yes, we are trying to address that. We are trying to address that. And the 2024-2025 journey has not been without obstacle. And then the transition from the ongoing board to the newly appointed board impacted the delivery of mandate as new board members has still been finding fit.
Chair,
in the
sorry to
processes.
disturb you.
Yes.
While you talk to the presentation, consider that we have members online. If you could consider that while you are talking, be bold, audible enough that those who are online can follow.
Okay.
I think you must just relax your voice a bit so that you can be audible enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, despite these challenges, ASA achieved 81 performance with 22 targets achieved against 27 planned performance targets and obtained an unqualified audit opinion, a clean audit outcome, and ASA achieved a clean audit outcome for the first time in its 8 years of existence as an independent public entity. ASA continue to significantly impact the built environment in South Africa. ASA continue to significantly impact the built environment in South Africa in its vigorous fitness for purpose certification. I thank you. I will request my colleagues to proceed with the rest of the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. Morning, colleagues from Public Works. My name, as indicated, is Solomon Jani. I'm responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation within Agre South Africa. The chairperson has just highlighted few slides which covers the entire presentation, if I can put it like that. Because what I will do is just to highlight the key indicators that we managed to achieve out of that 27, and the rest of the 5 that we did not achieve. I'll also touch on that slide. So in terms of our APP for the 2024-25 financial year, we were supposed to issue 14 Agrima certificates. We only managed to issue 13 out of that 14. And the second indicator was about the project managed and finalized within agreed time frame. Because when we do the projects, we set a time frame that we're going to, for example, if you bring this bottle for certification, we give you a time frame to say, in terms of our project management plan, this project can take us 3 months. It depends on the complexity of the innovation. That's why we determine the time frame. So because there will be the tests that they are taking for us to do the certification. So we were targeting the 76%, I mean the 80%, but with that we only managed to achieve 76%, which is a shortfall of 4%. Then we go to the market and usage analysis report. The market and usage analysis report, what we are doing there is that we want to check how our certificate holders or those certificates or those innovative products that have been certified, how are they doing in the market, and what is the response from the public and also the response from the end users. So we then provide or produce the reports. We are targeted to produce 4 reports. It will look like it's only a report, but when you go in detail, you'll see that it's actually a comprehensive report whereby we also do the customer satisfaction to understand how they feel about the products or about even the service of Agrima. So we managed to deliver those 4 reports. And then we also do what we call inspection and compliance. So the inspection and compliance, after we certify the product or a system, we give you a period of 3 years. The certificate duration is 3 years. Then during that 3 years, we do what we call inspection and compliance, is to check whether when you continuously manufacturing those products, are you still conforming to the conditions of certificates? Because when we do those things, we also give you the conditions of the certificate, so that when you do not comply, then we can be able to put penalties on you or to address those issues. Then the other one, it was the validity reviews. Validity reviews, as I've indicated, that the certificate period is 3 years. It's more like a license. When we say license, driver's license is 5 years. Then what we are saying is that we give you 3 years. Then after 3 years, we'll then come and see from the manufacturer to say, you have been doing this using this criteria or using these methods. Are you still complying with that method? If no, or whether the product or the system that we have certified is still valid or still responding to what you are supposed to be in the first place. Therefore, we will find.
Switch off your mic, please.
All right, no, thanks. Therefore, we do the validity reviews to check whether there will be a need for amendment. The amendment on that will be either technical amendments or also the administrative amendments. For example, you'll find someone changing the company's name, but in our record, we still have that name. That's why we also conduct those things to ensure that whatever we have on our database is also what you call to yourself when you come for certification. And then we also, as I've indicated, we also do the customer certification survey. Those were the reports that we deliver on an annual basis, but we continuously deliver on a quarterly basis. So we managed to deliver 5 reports, sorry. Then in terms of invoicing, because we also invoice our suppliers, we managed to invoice 758, and the amount there is 17 million. So, and Agrima, we try by all means to comply with the 30 days payment of suppliers. We don't want to hold our suppliers with hunger out there while they deliver the services. So we always try to ensure that as long as the invoice is in line with the services that they delivered, we ensure that we pay our suppliers. Then in terms of the indicator related to the expenditure spends against the budget, we have overspent here. We have spent 41 million against the budget of 35.8 million, which we are sitting at 117%. And then in terms of the BEE compliant suppliers against the budget, we have spent a total of 15.4 million against the budgeted amount of 16.6 million. Then with regard, because we also have what we call designated groups. Our designated groups is the youth, people with disability, and women. Because we also notice when we, when we do our planning, we just also make sure that we target those groups, because we feel that they are vulnerable as well. We in some instances, we will find in some services, they are being excluded. So as a Agrima, we want to accommodate each and everyone, each and every area, or each and every person who's living within the country. So we managed to spend about 9.2 million, which you are sitting at 55% against the budget. And as the chairperson and the DM indicated that we achieved the clean audit, you could see that we are indicating as one of our targets, because we say we want to have a zero irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. So we managed to achieve that target. And then in terms of training, because as staff, we also want to capacitate ourselves so that we can improve in our processes, so that we can learn more things. So we have a training plan and a budget that we allocated, and the training plan is approved. So when we were delivering the training plan, we managed to deliver 10 trainings out of the 12. So we were sitting at 83%. And the vacancy rate, as we put measures or strategies in place to ensure that when there is a vacant position, we ensure that we comply with our procedure to say within a certain period we must ensure that we appoint or we fill that position. So we're sitting at 3%. That our target was 10%, but we managed to, I would say it's overachievement, because 3% of a target of 10%. Then we also conducted one stakeholder engagement. This is to ensure that ASA is visible and ASA is also listening to what the stakeholders they are saying out there about ASA, how they feel about, and also the perspective, because the other thing that people will have about your services is perspective. For example, you'll find they come to us and then we give them the criteria that you are using, but because that person doesn't meet that criteria, we'll feel like ASA is not helping me. Those are the things that we also consider when we do the stakeholder engagement. We also try to ensure visibility. We do the advertisement on social media platforms, because we just realized that social media is overtaking the normal way of doing marketing and other things. And then we also attended exhibitions, 8 exhibitions. Some of these exhibitions, or most of them, they are invitations from our sister entities and other stakeholders, whereby we also collaborate, as the DM has indicated when he was doing opening remarks, to say the road shows that department and other entities they are doing, they are also inviting us to be part of it, to ensure that ASA is visible. Like, for example, when you go to the rural areas, for example, where I come from, if you ask someone about Agre South Africa, they don't know anything. But if you say SASA, they will tell you, no, we know SASA because it's the social grant. We are getting 350 every month. So we are trying to ensure that ASA is penetrating even in the rural areas. Last time, CBE was having a session in Venda, deep rural in Venda. ASA participated in that session to ensure visibility as well. As part of the requirement from the Department of Labor, we also need to provide the training report and workplace skills plan. These are the things that I mentioned when I was saying the trainings that we do to capacitate ourselves as an organization. We also managed to submit the employment equity report. Even though our organization is so thin, we are about 33. Some of the criteria or the components within the employment equity, we cannot meet. For example, we have executive management of 4 people. Therefore, for us to meet the criteria where they say they want 80%, we cannot meet that 80% because of the structure the way it is. I think I've managed to Then this slide.
Can I-
Sorry.
Can I disturb you?
Yes.
When you make a statement and you try to give it more meat, you must listen to yourself. It creates a lot of questions since you have started. You are creating a lot of confusion amongst us. One, you have just said you have an executive that is composed of 4. You can't meet the target because of what you are required by who. We start to ask ourselves, who created that organogram of yours that you can meet a target? What makes you to do that? Earlier on, you spoke of the target of your vacancy rate being the target was 10%. You managed to reach 3. That was over. I could not understand whether you are saying you have achieved over
Yes.
10 versus 3, or you were supposed to say 3 versus 10. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you must repeat, but I'm trying to give you an example. When you present, you need refrain from doing, putting more things that are not in there. Don't give us examples. You'll give us examples by the time of questions. You are confusing your presentation. Stick to that, speak to the presentation. You might not read it line by line, but talk to the presentation. Avoid giving us examples because totally you are, myself as the chair, I'm losing it. I have a lot of questions in most of your sentences. If you see me turning to shrink, I wanted to double check whether I heard you correctly. So please, let's not prolong this meeting. Focus. Don't impress us. Don't worry. You'll impress us on the time of response. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. This slide is about what Agre is doing and what Act enable us to do, what we are doing. So as I've indicated, we are doing certification, we also doing renewal of certificates, we also do quality assurance, and we also keep the register of those certified products and systems. This is extract from the Act, as we indicate to say we are providing assurance to the specifiers. We also support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic development. We also support the introduction of the use of certified non-standardized construction-related. We also support the policymakers in minimizing the risk associated with those because we are certifying them. We ensure that we mitigate the risks. The vision and mission I wanted because it's just an extract from the APP as we have indicated. The slide that I want to also touch on is the comparison on year-to-year performance. You can see that in 2021 financial year, we're sitting at 30%. The 2022 financial year, we're sitting at 42%. The 2023-24, we gradually improving. We are sitting at 53%. Even though all these performances were below the national treasury threshold of 80%. So in this financial year of 2024-25, we managed to achieve 81%. This slide illustrates the indicators that we did not achieve in the financial year and the corrective actions that we put in place to ensure that in the subsequent years we mitigate or we improve in those indicators. Because we we did not want to just leave the indicator to say we did not achieve in this financial year and then we throw it in the bin. What we do is that we put measures to say these corrective measures, we need to monitor them in this current financial year, which is 2025-26 financial year. So from that monitoring process, we managed to ensure that the ones that did not achieve in the previous financial year, we also put measures to ensure that we managed to achieve 3 of those in Q1 and Q2 of the financial year. However, we cannot report this in this presentation. We're just highlighting that to say we are doing things to ensure that those missed targets, they are being met. With regard to audit matters, we are indicating that we have achieved unqualified audit with no material findings, which is a clean audit, and we are continuing to implement the measures or the recommendations that they have been identified during the audit process. Because ASA doesn't only operate with the executive management only, we also have the board. And our board has about 12 members, including the independent internal audit and risk committee chairperson. And within our board, we have 5 committees. We have a technical committee, we have a human resource and remuneration committee, we have audit and risk committee, we have industry and stakeholder committee, and legal compliance and enforcement committee. We also like to highlight that the term of the independent ARC chair expired by 18th of October 2024, and then the new chair was appointed effective 13 January 2025. In terms of the meetings for these committees, in the 2024-25 financial year, we had 4 ARC meetings, ordinary, and 4 special meetings. We also had 2 ordinary REMCO, HR and REMCO meetings and 1 special REMCO, and we also had 4 board meetings, ordinary, and 3 special. With regard to technical committee, this is our core committee, if I can put it like that. We managed to have 5 ordinary committee meetings. And then with industry and stakeholder, we only had 1 meeting, and legal compliance committee, we also had 1 meeting. Then, because we also assess our risk to ensure that we mitigate those risks for hampering us not achieving our targets. In our strategic risk register for the 2024-25 financial year, we had identified 12 strategic risks with 28 action plans that have been implemented, which were sitting at 60% completion rate. And addition to that, because our risk management, we also have the risk management plan, implementation plan that we also monitor. We implemented 69% of it, which is 11 activities out of 16 planned. I'll then hand over to the CFO for their financial performance.
Good morning, honorable members, Chairperson. I'll take you through the financial performance side of our annual report, where we want to highlight the movements between year to year and also the performance in the current financial year. In terms of the cash and cash equivalents, in the current year, we closed the year with a balance of 5.9 opposed to a 14.7 in the prior year. Our current assets to our current liabilities also, we were looking at 9.2 to 7.9 in the current year as opposed to 7.9 and 6.6 in the prior year. Net assets of 5.9 in the current year, declining from 15.3 in the prior year. And then in terms of the grant allocation, we had experienced a cut of 2 million from the prior year, where we received 32 in the current year. In terms of raising our own revenue from our certification processes, there was a decline there from 3.2 to 1.9. In terms of the interest as well that we earned from the cash investments that we had with the CPD account, there was also a decline. Next slide. And then in terms of, this slide just shows you the comparison with the last year in terms of, in a graphic manner. But also we just also want to indicate that the grant allocation constitutes 92% of the funds that we managed in the current year, and what we generated was only 8%. And then in terms of the expenditure trends, we're just indicating that in the current year, we spent a bit more than in the prior year on employee cost, on leases as well. Maybe just to touch that, in the prior year, we only had 1 month lease in the building that we had recently occupied, and then in the current year, that a full year, hence the big difference there. And then we had expenditure of around 15.6 in the current year, 15.7 compared to the 15.2 in the prior year. And then also we had some non-cash accounting adjustments that we had that we are reflecting there. Just to also indicate that our employee cost expenditure makes about 55% of our total expenditure that we reported in the financial year. And then in terms of the financial position analysis, we want to touch some also to indicate the fact that our cash and cash equivalents equates 43% of our total assets. We have around 31% of our total assets being PPE and 1% intangibles, and a 25% on receivables. And the other slide just shows the comparative figures in the prior year. Next slide. In terms of also the comparison between the budget and the actuals, we were expecting to raise 3.9 in terms of revenue. We managed to raise 2.9 in total. We received the grant as planned, and then in terms of the expenditure, we had budgeted around 47.3, and then we spent 40 million odd there on that. And I think just to also highlight that to get to that 40, we retained a surplus from the prior year of around 11 million to try and add to the expenditure that we incurred in the financial year that we are reporting on. Thank you, Chair.
Can you repeat your last slide?
Okay.
Talk to it nicely.
All right. In terms of the revenue, we raised the revenue. We were supposed to raise 3.9. We raised 1 million rand less than what we could. This was also affected by...
Look, when you say you must be consistent, these are numbers. You speak about 3, then when you get to the other one, you become specific in terms of a million or a billion. But the other one, you just say 3.9. What is 3.9? What?
3.9 million. Sorry.
Be specific. That's what I'm saying. Repeat it in a proper way and be consistent.
No, sir.
These are numbers.
So we had budgeted for 3.9 million. We raised 2.9 million, and there's a 1 million rand deficit from what we were hoping to raise. In terms of the grant allocation, we received the 31.9 million that we had expected to receive from the department. And in terms of the expenditure, we had budgeted 47.3 million and we spent 40.8 million rand compared to what was budgeted. And also touched on the fact that to get to the 47.3 million that we then budgeted for, we had retained 11 odd million from the prior year financials as a surplus retained from the prior year to try and assist us in the current financial year. I think that was then used mostly in the goods and services incurred in the current financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, there is a presentation. Non-financials and financials. Are we ready to engage on the presentation? Or the DG, are you satisfied with the presentation of your delegation? Do you want to have a bite? I think it will be proper for you to have a bite. I'll request, ladies, are you afraid to mix with the gentlemen? You are too far. And sometimes I'm tempted to say this is a delegation of male, which cannot be proper. And believe that you'll be ready to respond. Isn't it you are here as a delegation, you are ready to respond? Because the introduction said, we also have a delegation from a region. But in the presentation, it was an overall for the province, for national. There was no indication of dividing these regions. We don't even know how many regions do we have, or it's depend on the provinces of the country. We are not sure, but you must be ready. We'll be interested in details of each and every region that you have. So there's no trip, it's not a vacation, you are here to work. All of you must respond. We can't have a delegation of people who can come and speak. Mtomben is going to tell us how he's supporting you. You have never said anything about the department giving you more support. You're talking about partnership with other entities. Therefore, DG, that's why I'm saying I'm giving you the luxury to say something before we could start questioning. There's a lot, the presentation is small, direct to the point. It has met what we have requested. But don't think it does not have a lot. It's going to have a lot of questions, this presentation. I'm definitely sure. I know my team. DG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we were really happy with the presentation. And I think the department has continued to support Agreement SA. As you would have heard, we've transferred 100% of the grant as per the agreement with the board. And also, Chair, it's important to also highlight or maybe elevate that stakeholder engagement that we had. It was attended by Honourable Member Mahlangu with ourselves and the minister. So it was very, very successful, and I believe that was one part of the area that I wanted to emphasize. But other than that, Chairperson, I think just to also indicate to you, we have decided as a department to also align with our regional managers to come with us on a rotation basis. At this time, we started in Limpopo, because Agreement SA is from Limpopo, apparently. From the CEO to the chairperson, to the CEO to the manager. So I just wanted to match that. And from Adam as well, who's actually our DDG responsible for our entities, also from Limpopo. So I made sure that as this committee, including the chairperson of this portfolio, is from Limpopo, we wanted to make sure that at least there's some balance. As we move with committees, we will be spearheading other regions, Chair. We've got 11 regions, but just to indicate to you, we're trying to combine the Eastern Cape to one region, but it's something that is work in progress, including the one for Johannesburg and Pretoria. At the right time, we will announce a chairperson in that respect. But other than that, I think we are really very fine. But Adam, as the delegated authority in terms of looking after Agreement SA, it will be very important for him because he's got a day-to-day engagement with Agreement SA. Through you, Chair. Adam.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members, DM, DG, and colleagues. Yeah, it's true that from the department side, as IGR, we are central in supporting our executive to play oversight role over this entity. So during the period under review, it's a period where there were some transition in terms of governance, the board. So we're able to smoothly deal with that processes of getting a new board. And as you saw the chairperson when he was reporting, the board came around August 2024. So we did that transition, we inaugurated it, and we had to support the new board in terms of induction processes for them to get their fitting in the status queue of the entity. So from our side as a department, we are also a transferring authority. From my unit, I sit with the budget just to give assurance to members to say the 32 million which was highlighted, we process it to the entity. We also managed to look into the surpluses. The entity was able to accumulate a surplus. So in terms of national treasury regulations, we need to sort of get those surpluses. We don't leave the surpluses at the entity. So we process it and take it back to fiscus. So we're able to do that, working with them. So, but we're monitoring their performance on quarterly basis. We do have these quarterly performance review sessions, which are undertaken by our executive, both minister and the DM. So we are able to sort of monitor their performance on quarterly basis. So the result you are seeing there of 81%, it also shows how the department monitors this entity. Because in those engagements, we are able to deal with remedies where non-performance is sort of found in terms of their targets. So we're able to support them. So we are happy with the results which are being reported as a department. So those are some of the things which we can highlight from our side, and also to indicate that through our division of facility management, we're also assisting them on the matter of eco-labeling, because those are some of the frameworks where the entity need to sort of help us around that area and the issues of green building, as it were. So that one is an ongoing engagement with them. Also trying to check resources from the side of the department to see how best to assist them in this space, because it's a new space where we need to find innovation for this entity. So I wanted to put that assurance, Chairperson, to say we are supporting these entities in all respects, from planning as we approve their APPs, and this particular report, it was also signed off by the department, where to check the performance which we're dealing with in the in-year, and also ultimately the result which they reported now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni. Even though you decorate your words, you're talking about surplus. The recurring money that was supposed to have been used or been utilized previous year, when it recurs to the next year, you call it surplus. To me, it does not sound good. It can be a surplus. A surplus is when you have been given, you did a proper work, and you get more addition. To me, it must be regarded as a surplus. That one, it means they did not do their work. There was recurring money that they were supposed to have been spent. They did not spend it. It must go back to Treasury. But it seems like Treasury has given them again, and they, even themselves, they are proudly saying we have spent more because we had a lesser to spend it last year. You did not do proper. You can't put it in that way. We are not impressed in that. When you are given 10 rand to spend, and make a service delivery, spend 10 rand. If you have to go further and spend 15 rand and request more 5 rand, or generate 5 rand and add to that 15 rand. But you have been given 10 rand, you deliberately spend 3 rand, it means you are not delivering the best service that you are supposed to do. That's why when you present to us, you say you have over done your work. When you said you have targeted 10, you did not achieve 7, you achieved 3. The presenter says we have overachieved. And I'm confused. If it's English, it's something else. Ke kaone le bolele Sepedi bana ba gešo. Fanla e vulavula Xichangani vo Mthombeni. Mina ni xitu xilungu lexi xo huma ka Agrima. Ku humelelani. Didi ya bjang kganthi le bolela sekgowa sa bjang. Ape le bolela le badudi ba South Africa. A le to bolela le rena fela. We are being live streamed. South Africans want to understand. You have correctly said it. South Africans don't know what is Agrima SA. But when you speak to it, you try to give it a meat. I thought you were going to talk about your own programs, Madikize. They are saying, you know, we went to deep rural Venda there. There was a program of CBE, and we were there. I attended that program. Even a banner was not there of Agrima, I say. The only time that their CEO was given a chance, it was through discussions. Was not even in a panel to talk about what is Agrima. How does it affect climate change? So is it what you must proudly say? We are there, we are doing our best to make sure South Africa knows us. When you talk about SASA, yes, SASA is known all over. It means you are not doing, Lydia vice versa. I was there personally. Climate change, water, Kwanandon, I was there. Your CEO only stood up once, responding to one matter. And it's because I've spoken about it. Or, you know what? In the villages, you do as you wish. Even when a person builds a house, no one comes and monitor. We don't even know which product are they using. That's why you have collapse of houses. And it become a problem to government. You are saying it's a disaster. But Maoshi and even local authorities, they don't even know what is it that you are building in the deep rural. But the minute there's disaster, they rush to government without monitoring. And we said, where is Agrima? Can't you tell us which product must be used? Recommend, talk to the traditional leaders. It was only the time your CEO had to stand up. So you seated here, you thought maybe I was not part of it. You are saying proudly, we were in deep rural Venda. What is it that you do? You did. You were invited. You were just an invitee like myself. You did not even bring a banner. Maybe people will come to your stall and say, what is Agrima? Then let me stop there and allow members to engage on your presentation. And don't worry, I'll be assisting. I'll be getting in and out of this discussion and be ready. Madam, Lenaba Limpopo, Barin Licha Limpopo, you know, the DG is trying to score back because of the KZN statement I did to the previous meeting, yes. And I'm not going to be biased, DG. They are from Limpopo or Bumkaya, but if they are not doing well, I'm not going to brush them off. I'll be on top of their head, as I've been delegated by South Africans. Limpopo does not know Agrima. Even myself, I only knew what is Agrima the minute I was part of this committee. I was here in Parliament from 2019. I never knew anything about Agrima. Then it tells you there are many parliamentarians who does not even know what is there is something existing called Agrima SA. And I was even told, when I read it, I see agreement. But I was told, no, it's a what name. It's called Agrima. It's not agreement. So you see, there's a problem there, even in your name. When I read it now, ka sekgowa sa ka sa gae e re agreement essay, but I was rectified today. No, Chair, you don't call it like that. It's Agrima SA, and it's a foreign name. It's a foreign word, how even pronounce. But Baba Mtombeni, when now Tamena Bona, utwaise ai swi kahle ka n'wina Baba Mtombeni. Ami va advice ku ri la I tirha hi ti legislation and hi tirhela vanhu va South Africa. Honorable Muleki, you may start with your 10 minutes, one-on-one.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Special greetings to the Deputy Minister, the DG, the Chairperson, who is also a doctor, and honorable members, good morning. Chair, I must say that I don't comment on the issue of where do they come from. What is important is that what is it that they are doing for the people of South Africa? That is very important. Chair, when I went out to get some tea, I needed some energy. Then when I was entering the room, I remembered as an aspiring Marxist that the Marxist says that the world exists as a material force independent of our own wishes. I think that's what the Agrima essay should respond to, or this presentation is trying to respond to. The question of how do you respond to what is already happening in climate change, which is beyond our control, the rapidly changing and advancing technology, so that even the responding to all these social issues, it's a huge task, but you're speaking about it. You are speaking to it. I must say that you'll never win. If you compare SASA and Agrima will get 0, SASA will get 10% or 100%, because the popularity and the thinking is totally too different. Yeah, and what you have to do when you do your comparison, at least do comparison, of course, is good, but don't compete, because when you compete, you stand to lose. But when you compare, you stand to win. I just have a few questions. The first thing I must appreciate, Honorable Chair, is that the clean audit is commendable. Although when I was young, I'm old now, we used to have a problem of people don't eat clean audit. People don't eat clean audit. People need to get services. And some, if they didn't even know South Africans, but what clean audit means to them. But it's commendable. Even paying within 30 days the contractors or the service providers is commendable. I looked even how many. I realized that it's not a small number, it's a big number on the presentation. It's commendable. My few questions I want to speak to, because of I don't have a problem with what you raised. The first issue that we are dealing with as the country is the question of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Then, on this case, are there any time frames in improving the 3% vacancy rate, which has been reported? That's the first question. The second question is on the implementation of the eco-label scheme. How do you plan to reduce the high cost in doing business in our country, vis-a-vis the complexity for certification? Like we have to give certification to those who comply. The third question is there any detailed strategy for small producers to be allowed to participate in the eco-label scheme through the reduction of barriers to entry? because of gaps in the funding. Those are the questions. I can conclude by saying that, indeed, I concur with the chair that although you spoke about how we want to market even using the social media, I didn't know even myself when I got this comment about, I only knew when I got this comment about Agre, South Africa. But as a villager, when presentation was made to us for the first time, I said, oh, I've seen this in my village. But I didn't know that it's Agrima South Africa was doing that. Then I went back and asked, and I realized that no, it's Agrima South Africa. If you keep quiet on the work you're doing, you'll end up not being known forever. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
The chairperson and your team, you may respond, give each other how to respond. We've got 15 minutes to respond.
Thank you, honorable members. Yeah, I will respond to the unemployment and unemployment poverty and vacancy rate. The long and short of it, I think when we came in as the new board, we discovered that our employee compensation costs were quite higher as compared to our grant. I think we're sitting almost 80% or so. Then if one looks at the trends of the grants that have been going down almost, I think we have lost 4 million or so over the past 3 years or so. Then, which means, I remember when I sat with the executive, is that yes, we either need to raise the revenue, which is a medium to long term strategy, but then the soonest thing we need to do is to try to trim our cost if let's say the grant end up going under 30 million or so, we might end up not having enough money to even cover the salaries and also pay our suppliers. But then yes, in doing so, we are also trying to size it properly, to try to size it properly and move most of our costs towards our operations. I think, yeah, that is what we are trying to do. We might need to redo the organogram and the structure so that it falls within the size of entity that we are considering, or we only get around 32 million or so from government as government grant. And then when it comes to our strategy of generating additional revenue, it's likely to be medium to long term rather than something, increasing your revenue is not something that happens overnight. And then, yes, in order to remain sustainable, that's what we need to do. On the second one of the small producer supplies, I think on the last TECO meeting, which we had sometimes last month, these were some of the issues that came quite directly. And then, if honourable members are aware, we used to be a unit within CSIR, and then we became our own public entity, I think around after 2015 or so. We don't have facilities of our own. Neither the laboratory, the testing sites, and the specialist testing sites. Then, which means those who can communicate via the CEO and the CEO's office, the CFO's office, we usually look at their means to be able to afford our services, and then where they seems to be. Where they are incapable, we have to write off some of our cost, but then that limitation, it's only limited to the salaries that we pay our employees, because we don't own laboratories. We send all the tests to be done outside, then we can't be able to pay for that. Then yes, if we have our own internal facilities, yes, we should be able to assist mainly the historical disadvantaged individuals, and then we'll be able to carry the cost. But then because now the testing is being done outside Agrima, we don't have that latitude, and then also our budget is it's quite smaller, which also kind of impact on how do we become more visible. And, thank you, and then I will ask my colleagues to answer the rest.
Before that, you see what creates questions.
Yes.
It's when your presentation don't talk to each other. If your non-financials could have indicated that you don't have your own building, and you indicate the issue of how the lease is in your non-financial, coming to the financials, in the financial is just said we spend more on employees' cost and leases. But in non-financials, there was nothing that explains that different. That question was not going to arise if in your presentation, the first one from your gentleman that side was in a position to talk to that, there was not going to have a question, because even on my notes, I noted that how do you say you have spent more on employees' cost and leases while you still did not meet your employees' rate? What causes you to spend more? Because you did not meet your own target of employment rate. Therefore, you bring the issue of leases, and it's not indicated in the non-financials. That's why when they were busy presenting, I wanted to understand, or do you listen to yourself? Does it marry with your finances? They were not. So that's why we're saying when you present, don't bring that high level and forgetting that you are talking to South Africans. And people, you might think South Africans don't follow. They follow. It's not like before where people will just say, maybe Parliament is for people who are educated and leave it there. Ordinary South Africans, they want to understand what is happening in South Africa, and through these committees. So I wanted to indicate that even myself, your non-financials and financial, they don't give us more meat and understanding what makes you to spend more. The minute you say, we have spent more, we start to go and look what could have made you to spend more in your financials. When we get the understanding of non-financial, you have never even indicated in your presentation, you have a challenge of this, of what you are explaining. In a presentation form, you never indicated that. But let me allow your colleagues to respond into other questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the questions. And maybe just to start with clarifying the issue of why my colleague would say it's an overachievement in the vacancy rate. The target was to say we must have a vacancy rate of 10%. So if we have 3, it means we have less vacancies than the 10%, because the 10%, looking at our number of approved positions, would be 3 vacant positions. So now in this case, we reported 1 vacant position at the end of the financial year, which is now an achievement because we have filled more than what we had planned to fill in the year, to explain that. And to try and answer your question around our improvement in terms of the vacancy rate, it's also an issue of timing. When you look at when a vacancy is now, a position is vacated, it could be possibly vacated in the last month of the financial year. When we now report, there's a vacancy. There's nothing we could have done in that period, but there's already in part of our human resource strategy, there's a turnaround time in terms of how long it takes to fill a position when it gets vacant, and it's something that we monitor that in our monthly and quarterly reporting to our governance structures. And as far as the issue of supporting or the reducing the cost, to 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 maybe certificate holder applicants to our certification process. I think the chair touched a lot on some of the costs that are involved. What we then do from our side, like he said, considering the approach that we get from an applicant, there's costs that we transfer mainly to the applicant, mainly because we don't have the resources internally. Issues of labs, issues of assessments that are done by professionals that we don't have internally within our organization. Because you look at our structure, we are about 33, and the environment we're in, it's more about innovative products. You find that someone is coming up with a product or a system that we don't have a specific professional to assist us with assessing that. Then we engage and connect them directly with that specific person. But then to try and support them, their cost from our side, we can waiver that. Looking at their financial position, we can waiver the cost of involving our own staff in the assessment, or give discounts to applicants as and when we assess and engage. And we've got, even I think in the past few months, we've got some of them where we even entered into payment arrangements, because we've realized that some of them don't really afford, but we also need to raise the revenue to cover some of the shortfalls that we have in terms of our operational needs. And I think that is also linked to the issue around the barriers within that. I think the only issue that we have, and I think some members touched on it, the acceptance then in terms of these products and systems in the society. Because some of this we certify, and then what then after certification when there's a product or a system? Because then there's no specification from any procurement within the government space that says we need 10% of your building to be using IBTs. Then someone is sitting with a nice system or a nice product, but they have nowhere to sell it off to. I'll make an example, Chair. When we did some benchmarking exercise with some of our international counterparts, what's key, and they use the word, demand creators. Their governments are demand creators for IBTs. So they specify to say in the infrastructure, in this budget, there's a certain amount of which you need to use IBTs. And that's what's missing, and we need to bridge that gap to try and maybe address the issue of the market penetration, because you have someone who spends, it's really costly, but there should be the benefit that they see after the certification, but they don't see that, because then we certify it, we say it's fit for purpose, but where are they going to apply it if there's no market created? And the market creator in our case is the government through the DPWI, where we dedicate certain infrastructure projects to IBTs and innovative projects. Thank you, Chair.
Are you covered? Make a follow-up.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, let's first appreciate the responses. And the responses tells us that indeed these are doctors. But what I like is that UIT, the chair was covered by your response, because the chair just gave a context of what is the problem, and they didn't respond on the question in terms of the time frames. Then you came closer to that on your response on terms of the vacancy rate. Even if 1%, 3% in the public eye is too much. And the other issue is, the issue of percentage can mislead. That's why during the days of strikes in the mines, they would be saying that, no, we don't need percentage, we need an increase of 12,500. Because they make things easy. Now, when you're speaking to the ordinary South African, you must know that the percentage can be problematic. But the other issue I feel we have to look at now, I don't want to believe that always come up with problems, is that as long as you outsourcing this key operation of giving certificates, we won't be able to respond on the challenges facing the people outside there. It's an area that we have to look at, because you will always come here every time and say, no, portfolio committee, we could not achieve this because of the responses you have brought. No, there's an outsider that is responsible for a key function. This is a key function. it's like giving people something to breathe. But what is on the mandate is your mandate, but you say there is somebody else outside who's doing this on our behalf. And here are the challenges. You will have on your budget, give us a plan on how do you plan to, instead of outsourcing, to insource this important operational matter for the benefit of our people. Otherwise, let's leave it there. I think if you have heard what I'm saying, I think I'm covered. So thanks so much.
The CF4 speaks about their international counterpart, their government, they are the ones who must sort of market for them, create a demand. But what I'm taking back to your good self, DG, Baba Mtombe, they are the ones who must create a proposal. They are the ones who must bring that proposal policy to yourself. Then you take it to your executive and sell it. You know, there's no one from outside, even myself, I can start to think, how best can I assist Agrima? Because I don't understand it like yourselves. But what you are seeing and benchmarking on the other side, what is your role? Do you want to sit here and talk about it, that your counterpart are being assisted by the government? Did you try and bring a proposal policy to your executive through Baba Mtombe? Have you done that? Because it's you. After you have done that, the executive, the DM and the minister, they are the ones who must go and sell the product to their sister department, which is your human settlements that normally deals with your product and other department. So do you have that concept that you must sell it to us? Because it's a policy that must come to Parliament and be debated, and we must go back and do whatever the process is. Do you have that proposal?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. And I think it's something that we are working with the department, not only with the department, with the NHBRC, where the members must realize that these certificates that we're talking about, we don't own them. We don't do the production. We certify for fitness of purpose. Then now where we come in also is to say, now I remember we just recently had a meeting with the NHBRC talking about informing them of all the active certificates so that they are aware when they go and approve buildings and houses, they are aware of what active certificates are there, and they rope us in as well when they need to confirm the usage of those. With the department, I know that we were in the process of engaging with them, giving them a full database of active certificates as well, clarifying them and categorizing them in their different nature, where we will say these are approved paints, these are approved wall panels. I know that we were working on something with Sanral to say these are also approved road products that we have assessed, so that we give them the platform to now, when they now specify for their procurement processes, they can specify that they know that there's a pool enough of approved Agrima certificates for them to now say, when you now come through for procurement, we want someone who has an approved Agrima certificated product, so that then that's where we will see a ripple effect, where people will know that if I have an innovative product, I can't just use it willy-nilly. And for me to get procurement success, I need to produce that certificate, because now the situation is also on our act, and I think when they were in the process of reviewing our act, it's a voluntary certification process. So that is also causing us trouble, because now someone can have an innovative product and use it, and it could be harmful to the community. There's no, in our act, it's not regulatory for them to come and get this. That's where now we're saying, now to make it also gain grounds for our sake and to have people come through, when the department then specifies, or whoever is in the procurement process specifies that we want Agrima certified innovative products and systems, then that pushes the demand towards people coming to Agrima to certify. And then we have, to answer your question, Chair, we have started those engagements. It's with different role players within the built environment to try and give them the full, would I say, the full detailed listings of all our Agrima certified products, so that they could consider in their procurement processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Letlape. On the platform, it's your time.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to yourself and colleagues. I just have a few questions. Let's start by welcoming the report from the Agrima SA. Chair, I want to speak on the findings of AG. You know, Chairperson, this so-called unqualified audit is really not a badge of honor, because the Auditor General's report exposes persistent weaknesses that the entity has failed to correct over the years. And this is not just for one financial year, they've been there. And for Agrima SA...
Honorable Letlape, wait, we are trying to... Honorable Letlape.
The AG has findings of compliance failures, of weak internal controls, of poor financial...
Honorable Letlape.
None of the...
Wait, we are trying to get a proper voice from your side. Just wait.
Just hold on quickly. She's gonna connect it. Other way, other side, yeah. It's on the other side.
Honorable Letlape, you can start over. Start from the beginning. Technicians have assisted us. We are testing.
As I've already said, the AG may have not issued a disclaimer or qualification on Agrima SA, but an unqualified...
Oh, wait, it's not yet. Just wait a bit, we'll give you an indication again.
Can you try saying anything?
Letlape, can you just try and say something? let's try Honorable Litape. Now you are perfect.
Necessarily, especially if there has been consistent findings that are not being corrected by Agrima SA. And maybe if the CEO and the CFO can explain why the same issues are identified from the previous year of irregular expenditure and supply chain management weaknesses are still recurring and they are not necessarily being fixed. But I know we have a very soft spot for Agrima as the committee. And maybe because we see the potential that it has in ensuring that it assists with the department as a whole. I noticed also in the report that there's a gap in the act itself that regulates the entity. And maybe those are some of the things that we must look into of voluntary testing of products and all of that. And maybe we should look into that the department must assist the entity in looking into that. Ultimately, Chair, we would like to see Agrima SA products being used, not as non-standardized products and all of that. We want to see government relying on these products to ensure and to grow our economy. When we say we're building infrastructure, we want to see Agrima SA being at the center of it, working hand in hand with other departments and entities that assist government. But we're not able to see that. But also the other thing is that Agrima SA relies on private leases. And we spoke about this yesterday on properties of government. They rely on private leases for testing and sometimes even their own testing delays as well. If we are intentional about getting Agrima SA or giving them such a broader mandate or give them a bigger mandate of what they should be doing, these are some of the things that need to be fixed first before we can confidently say that we are giving them a broader mandate to do 1, 2, and 3. And I really think that, Chair, the department, because Agrima SA functions under the department, and if they're not able to empower them as a department or at a departmental level, and I'm not speaking about financials, because Agrima SA, over 90% of its finances, they get it from the grants of the department. Ultimately, Agrima SA needs to prove to us that it can actually function on its own, especially financially. At this moment, really, it relies on the department, and we don't know for how long will it be able to keep going and relying on grants. If you are an entity of such a big department of infrastructure, you need to find a way of sustaining yourself financially. And we are at that point now where we need to figure out, or Agrima SA needs to figure out how they are going to sustain themselves and ensure that their mandates are being adhered to, their targets are being met without the reliance of the department. So my suggestion is that maybe we must also just give Agrima SA a deadline to say by next year, maybe February or so, if they have not had that proposal of how to, or to convince us as a committee and the department on how to ensure that Agrima SA is sustained financially, they need to come up with that proposal and present
it to us. We can't continue to have entities that rely on the department solely, like Agrima SA, and still have to sit here and speak about their performance as if the department was not to give them any assistance, they would still be able to function. At this point, Agrima SA can't function without the department. And we know the department has their own issues as well with finances. Every year we see budget cuts and all of that, and ultimately these affect our entities because they are fully reliant on the department, and that needs to be fixed. And other than that, I think some of the issues have been raised, and because I have been cut for such a long time as well, I think I will stop there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Tape. Agrima, you may respond.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think on the issue of the first question, I think maybe there was a bit of a misunderstanding there because we did report that there were no irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the financial year, hence the clean audit. There were no material non-compliances that were identified by the Auditor General. And then in terms of the issue of the gap in the Act, we are in the process of reviewing the Act. It's sitting now with the department. There's a committee that assists in ensuring that we see that through. We have given our inputs in terms of all the issues that we have identified as gaps in the Act. I think there's a whole process that still has to be undertaken until the Act is reviewed fully. And I think maybe Mr. Mtombeni can assist because I know that we are in the process of, we have written to the department relating to the issue of the land, the site, and also the issues around the housing of Agrima in one of the public buildings to try and alleviate that pressure from us to pay in private leases. But there's engagements that we are having with the department where we are trying to find also that solution for our issues. And then the issue around our dependence on the grant, I think it also raises a bit of a question around how do we strike a balance also in terms of what the member asked. Because if we now don't have the funding from the department to cover that, to assist those up and coming certificate applicants, then we would have to recover the costs fully from these applicants. Then the issue that we will have is that no one will afford it when you look at the process, because then we will not even waiver any of those things. So we are it's a bit of we are between a rock and a hard place where how do we balance our service delivery mandate with raising revenue, because we are expected to deliver a service to a regular South African who comes through for an application with an innovative built product or system. But then if we then say to them, we must be self-sustaining and we must recover and raise the revenue so that we are self-sustaining, then the bill for that citizen becomes a bit unbearable. I think also in line with what the kind of entity that we are, and being a Schedule 3A and required to be a service delivery entity, there's really a bit of a tricky situation for us to be able to raise revenue. Hence, even in our costing model, our recovery rate is at the moment below 30% of what we put in as resources in trying to get an application certified, all in the name of ensuring that we give the service based on the fact that we get the funds from the department for a service delivery. It is a very difficult situation, but we have started with something called a financial model where we are trying to relook at all these things. And I think what's also key is that legislation also limits what we can do in terms of raising revenue. They need to return surpluses at the end of a financial year. It also is a challenge where even if we were to raise a whole lot of revenue, because we are Schedule 3A, we are required then to be writing difficult submissions to Treasury to say, what will we be doing with the funds? Have we committed it or not? Because then it's a bit of a challenge. But to try and answer that, we are more of, like you said, the service delivery side. How would we promote a regular citizen who does not even have the funds? We should be the ones saying, come through even with no funds, then we can assist you with considering your innovative build products and systems. So it becomes a challenge where now we want to also elevate the issue of raising revenue or making profit from that process. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can add on the issue around facilities. I think for the past few years, Agre has been trying to address the issue of facilities. I think there was a land in Midrand, if I'm not mistaken, and then another one not far from the international relation headquarters in Pretoria. And then, yes, Mr. Mtombeni has been assisting us with that. But then on the 10th of June, we had a meeting with the Honorable Minister, and he was quite clear on the dire state of the government finances, and that for now, as they are in a medium or long term, maybe they can assist. But then for now, the department is in no capacity to assist us financially further, and then which means and then I doubt we have got any other avenue to raise revenue beside the grant that we get from the parent department, while we are still trying to fix our financial modeling and also our operational models. That's likely to take us a bit longer in order to raise revenue to build those. But then, yes, when one looks at laboratory and testing sites, it's likely to cost maybe hundreds of millions. And then, yes, it's the money that for now we don't seem to have. And then the department was quite clear that they can't assist us for now, because they are also cutting from other sister entities, and then also within the department. I think jokingly he said he's even buying his own coffee. Thank you.
Honorable Litlape, you have the luxury of making a follow-up.
No, I'm okay, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Bath, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Agre for your presentation. I think I just want to start off with something that's positive, and I think that was displayed on slide 11, just your improved performance trends, starting with the 30% performance 5 years ago, up to 81% performance in the past financial year. So well done on that. I think if one does dig deeper into your KPAs and KPIs, we could probably unpack it a bit more. I know, having come from a administrative background, sometimes we set our own targets, and sometimes those are quite easy to achieve. But I think you guys have done a good job. I do have a few questions, and these are not necessarily directly linked to your presentation, but they are relevant to Agre. I want to start off with your strategic risk slides. You identified that there were 12 strategic risks within your entity, and that there were 28 action plans put forward, but only 60% completed. On the same slide, you spoke about planned activities, there being 16 of them, but only 11 completed. So it's a 60% action plan completion and a 69% planned activity completion. I just want to get some feedback on what happened to the balance of those. I might have missed it. It's also come up, I think, with previous members. My understanding is, if you're an entity and you generate a profit, or you have funds remaining, or you generate funds that aren't used at the end of the financial year, is it not that entities retain that in a ring-fenced fund? Why did it have to go back to Treasury? I just thought my understanding of entities was that they're created to be able to be standalone from a department. They generate their own revenue, and they use their revenue for what they're required to use it for. That's exactly why with PMTE, getting it registered, the whole purpose is whatever revenue it generates, it can then reuse within its day-to-day operational requirements. I wanted to find out how many staff members are employed by Agrema. Just a rough number. You don't have to give me the exact number. And then in terms of the board and the board costs, do those fall under employee costs, or is that under operational costs? I just wanted to get clarity on that. And then, Chair, through you, just my last question. I think we asked this this will be probably my second or third time asking this question. I know that there was a lease agreement signed when we came for oversight last year. We came to your offices, and yes, they're very nice, but it is a leased premises, and I think the question in front of the DG again is, why is one of Public Works' entities not using a Public Works owned or state owned premises? So I note that it's 3 million rand that you spend on leases, but the revenue generated was about 1.2 million. I'm just trying to be practical in terms of how can we make Agrema more sustainable in the long term. So again, are there any plans to eventually be housed within a property that Public Works owns? I think, Chair, those are my only questions. I don't think I'll have any follow-ups, but thank you.
In addition, actually, it's not an addition, it's an emphasis. There's nothing called a rough number. They must be in a position to give you an exact number. There's nothing rough. we must be given an exact number. Two, the last part that we have raised is very much important. We are the custodian of buildings, government immovable assets. And if there's any, and we know they're going to tell us about the design, the equipment, and all the stuff, if they can be given a building, are they ready, willing to lease a government building that will be lesser than what they are paying, and bring in their own equipment as they lease? It's their plan to buy it to government, because they are an entity that belongs to the department. They must give us that plan as well. It's your turn.
Thank you for the question. Yeah. Yeah, no. To answer your first one around the balance of the risk mitigation and the activities, you will realize that when we now go into the new financial year, in the new APP and strategic document, some of the risks that were not mitigated fully when we do the risk assessment, they are transferred and managed in the new financial year. We're monitoring those risks in the current financial year, and we're implementing the mitigating actions and the activities on those that could not be managed. And I think with the help of the ARC, I think there was a bit of a challenge there around risk management in the prior year, but there's a whole lot of improvement in the current year in terms of how quick we implement the risk management and implementing mitigating factors. And in terms of being a public entity, I think the issue is in the PFMA. The PFMA has schedules of public entities. So we fall under Schedule 3A, and when you look at the definition of a Schedule 3A, it says entities that are fully dependent on a government grant as part of a definition of a Schedule 3A. Then you have those other ones that are not really Schedule 3As. The issue about raising revenue for 3As is to also supplement all these other activities that are not core to our function. Like now, if we're having the next stakeholder engagement forum and we want to invite a specific guest, and we can cover that from our and not take away from the service delivery funds. And then in terms of the number of people, Chair said we must be very absolute. The approved structure is 33 positions. We currently have two vacancies, and it's a very thin organization. Maybe to give you an example, In finance, there's an accountant, then there's me. Then the accountant resigned recently. So I need to now go back and revisit my basic accounting knowledge around processing a petty cash entry. It really is a frustrating situation to be in. And the same applies on the procurement side. There's a procurement officer, then there's me. And it also affects also how you implement internal controls around segregation of duties, isolation of responsibilities. Then you have someone having more than one responsibility, where to try and also maintain a clear governance structure and internal control function, you need to have more resources, but we understand where we are as an organization. And in terms of board costs, they are not part of what we refer to as employee costs. They are regarded as operational costs. And I think maybe the issue about housing, we as a public entity of the department, we want maybe the department to assist in terms of responding to that, because like I said, there's engagements that we've had, but it also relies on how far we are with the department in terms of addressing that issue. Thanks.
Go ahead. Chair, can I proceed?
Tomen, do you want to assist?
Okay.
No, I'm assisting.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, Chair, I think maybe when it comes to accommodation, Chair, maybe it's safe to report to the committee that in July, the department, through my signature, I have written to all the CEOs of entities where we were indicating that we actually embarking on a strategy of using government properties, and if they can provide their needs to us, because we've got buildings that are empty in some areas. So we've not necessarily received feedback as yet, but I think with the chair here, I would maybe make it my priority to action that in that respect, so that at least we save costs. In fact, Chair, we were targeting IDT because it's got more provincial offices across all provinces. But obviously, I want to endorse and say to you, Chair, there's some also resistance that we get from entities in that respect around their preferences and things like that. But in this case, I think Adam can dwell much on the arrangement with Agre around the issue of SAPS model. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. I should think, aligned to what DG indicated after corresponding with all the entities, we also went further to discuss with the CEO of Agre, because their needs was compelling around issues of testing space and so forth. Because when they were at a CSIR, they had the lab where they will test their products. So we had to sort of have that engagement over and above what the DG wrote to them, just to understand their needs and so forth. So the offer which DG was giving was to say, give your requirements, also cost it, so that we have a two-pronged approach of helping you. We can sort of take the available assets that suit your needs, so that you accommodate yourself and do the testing. Secondly, also to make a motivation to National Treasury through the budget planning processes. Because if you look at their budget now, the 32 million can sort of cover some of the things. We wanted to put a case to National Treasury just to deal with the question which Honorable Clapper raised on the issues of voluntary and mandatory. So that when we amend the legislation of agreement, we also supplement that with financial resources to cover their needs. So what I can indicate is to say those engagements are ongoing. And the preference which DG was indicating, Agrima was also indicating the intention of going to SABS, because when they looked at the necessary space and so forth, and it's a state entity. Because even if they go that route, they will be charged, and we also need to have a shareholder articulating on this, talking to the other ministry from who deal with the other entity of SABS and so forth. So we are in that kind of intensive discussion to see to it that we assist the entity, particularly around the issue of testing and their accommodation needs. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
I think it must be one of the take-home issue, chair of the entity. Thank you, Sifo. I think it's one of a mandatory issue from this committee that you have been given an offer by the DG. How you want your office to look like, they can still be, even when you use government buildings. They can give you an offer, a list to purchase. That will then give you, you'll be telling us 2-3 years of trying to remake that office to be a facility that you desire. As much as you want the department to create a demand for you, because it must be through the executive, through Mtombeni, through the DG, and coming to Parliament. We must create a demand, as you are saying, when you benchmark with other counterparts. Their government creates a demand for them. You want us to create a demand for you, but you don't want to use our government building. You don't want to give back. Go and list to the department. They've got assets across the country. What stops you to? You can work hand in hand with your agreement to say that building does not meet our standard, but in the meantime, this is what we can do, develop, because we are anticipating, or in the next 5 years we'll be buying it back to you. It's not a loss. You'll have your own conditions in that agreement. I believe, Baba Mtombeni, there's nothing that you can engage with these entities. They can't be struggling and bringing a financial report that tells us they're spending more because of the leases, while we've got building across the country. No. Even in Limpopo, are they leasing as well, their offices? And you've got offices in Limpopo that are of government.
They are based here in Pretoria. They don't have regional offices yet, so they're still centrally.
They are still
if
central.
They grow, then we will start maybe in Limpopo and see.
Okay. So, but I believe that, to be honest, it's a simple thing. You know, it also affects with your client department. There are many buildings that are unoccupied, and Honorable Litlape has raised that even yesterday. Something is missing. We need to amend legislation to compel, so that we must not have vandalized, we must not have buildings that are harboring criminals outside there without being utilized. But then, on that note, I want to request Monkosi to take a bite. Monkosi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self, members of the Portfolio Committee, officials led by DG and our Deputy Minister in absentia, as well as the board led by the Chairperson. Chair, one must indicate that despite all the challenges that Agrima is having, but we must commend the work well done that they are doing as the Portfolio Committee. I'm glad to hear that the department is also assisting the entity with grants and subsidies, but I just want to indicate that indeed you must have a way of sustaining yourselves as the entity. Chair, I've got only 2 questions that I want to ask from the entity. How do they strike the balance between the productivity, which generate profits and increased revenues, with the employer-related cost that remain the main cost driver for Agrima SA, accounting for 55%? The other question that I'm having, it's with regard to the criminal or disciplinary steps taken against irregular, fraudulent, and wasteful expenditure. According to your presentation, it is said that no one was disciplined who was implicated on those fruitless and wasteful expenditures, because after you have served them with letters, they all resigned. So I just want to check with you that because all of those employees that were implicated were resigned, is there any other process that is going to take place, or you are going just to leave them as they are? What about the monies involved there? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe if you can assist with that first question. It felt like an accounting question. I need to note it down again.
My first question is to say, how do you strike a balance between the productivity, which generates profits and increased revenues, with the employer-related costs that remain the main cost driver for Agrima SA, accounting for 55%?
Maybe let me start with the one relating to the irregular expenditure. With the identified items of irregular expenditure, there's an assessment in terms of the Treasury Guide in terms of determining whether there was fraudulent activities identified, if there was financial gain from those involved in the irregular expenditure. And in that assessment, it was identified that we incurred irregular expenditure mainly because we did not comply with certain Treasury regulations, not that there was financial gain for the identified individuals, or was there any fraud involved in the process of procuring the services. Hence, when we started issuing, and some of them maybe resigned, it ends there in terms of disciplinary action, because they are no longer within our employ. And with most of them, some of the irregular expenditure that was identified, it was also identified after some of the employees had already left. Hence, we could not go further in terms of implementing disciplinary actions. And then in terms of striking a balance, it's a very complicated situation. Hence, I said, at the moment, our costing model, in terms of what we charge the public, it's at a very minimal rate, so that we try and encourage applicants to come through and not make it seem like it's a very expensive exercise to get a certificate. At the moment, we recover nothing more than 30% of the time spent by individuals in the process of assessing an application up until certification, where in that process there's also issues of getting certain professionals to sit in a committee that assesses our assessment of the certificates to confirm that we complied with the specifications and the requirements in terms of assessing a specific product or system. Thank you.
Are you covered now?
Yes, Chair, I'm covered.
Okay. Babu Noma.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to my colleagues and all the staff members from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I will take this advantage of the fact that we are being live streamed, that I will address you in isiZulu, so that many people out there will hear and understand what I'm talking about. Yeah. Slalo, kunenkinga la ekhona okuningi oza kwethu sebekubuzile and nami angisezukulokhu ngibuyela kukho ngenxa yesikhathi. Ngifuna nami ukugcizelela kuleli iphuzu lokuthi uAgrima SA inunu njengaziwa ayaziwa nje ukuthi yini lena nje eloskopu emtshezi ayaziwa leyo nto kozakheni boyithumelo boyithume le Free State into engaziwa nje. So sinenkinga ke enkulu ngalokho ukuthi kunento enhle kangaka kodwa engaziwa. Nami njengoba noChair eke wabeka ngiqala ukuzwa khona la, nami leli gama ngalibiza ngendlela okungesiyo, ngathola kamuva ukuthi cha alibizwa kanje libizwa kanje. So ke iyona nkinga ke esinayo leyo ngalento le ekubeni uhulumeni noma umnyango ufaka eningi imali kulolu hlelo, kodwa okutholakala ukuthi liyinto nje engaziwa ndawo nje indawo esengiyibalile South Africa yonke abantu abaningi abayazi lento le. Angizokubuza kakhulu imibuzo kodwa nje ngizobe ngibeka ukukhathazeka kwami. Ngibona kungekho ubulungiswa kulento ekuthenini ihambe ngalendlela ngoba abantu base South Africa ngoba lento le izosiza abantu ukuthi balekeleleke entweni ye-creativity and abantu bakithi they are very creative uma kuthi sebeyazi ngayo ukuthi lento isebenza kanjani. Ngizokwenza nje isibonelo, lento ngizoyikhuluma nje isinto. Uyabona uma ngabe uya kuma social media since abantu sebazi ukuthi uma ujive laphana kukhona imali oyitholayo, bagcina sebebaningi abantu abangena lapho nabo bezama ukuthi bazokwenza leyo creativity, benza izinto lokuthiwa i-content ku TikTok. Ukube bebazi nangalokhu ukuthi kunento efana nale yokuthi uma uzoba creative uqhamuke nento ezolekelela ekulekeleleni ekwakhiweni kwezindlu ngoba usuku nosuku abantu bayakha. Kodwa manje ngenxa yokuthi akekho okhuluma ngalento kugcina siya le kulama wholesalers lawa ajwayelekile, kanti lento izingalekelela kakhulu ekutheni abantu bakithi bayikhandele bona izinto bazilethe kunina ze-approve bakwazi ukuthi nabo bavula amafemu abo bakwazi ukuthi badayise izinto zabo. So ke ukukhathazeka ke kimi lokho engithanda ukudlulise la ekuthenini ake nikhuphule namasokisi ke kulokhu ke nisondele emphakathini emakhaya insumansumane nje le esikhuluma ngayo ye-Agrima SA into nje ayaziwa lento ngifuna nje ukuyikhuluma nje isintu ntuntu ukuthi bakithi ake sisondelene emphakathini. Ngiyacela uAgrima SA asondele emphakathini asondele ngempela futhi kungabi into yasemadolobheni nasemakhaya bayidinga lento le futhi ke emakhaya bakha kakhulu okudlula mhlawumbe emadolobheni ngenxa ukuthi baneziza banani. So ke ngikubona lokho kungelona ubulungiswa emphakathini yakithi ukuthi balekeleleke. Okwesibili bengifisa kakhulu ukuthi ngiyibone nalento ngoba ngiyabona la ukuthi kushoda lento yokudayisa umkhiqizo phecelezi marketing of the product. It's very lacking, that one, and I so wish ukuthi kungaqhanyuka nohlelo ngoba umuntu ohlezi lapha ekhaya ungasebenzi unayo i-idea yokuthi yini ayifuna ukuyibona yenzeka kodwa ngeshwa kwamali yokuyenza lento ayikho. So ke ngiyacela kakhulu ukuthi ake sithi ma kule bill lena ezose eParliament mhlawumbe nakho lokho sikuzama ukuthi sibone sikufaka kanjani ekuthenini umuntu ongenalutho usizakala kanjani, unayo i-idea kodwa akanalutho. Senze njani kuleso simo leso kumuntu onjalo ofuna ukuya phezulu kodwa uma uya-bank akalithola usizo. Kodwa ke uma eza kunina bengifisa ukuthi kuthiwe kukhona usizo olutholakalayo. So ke ngiyokusupporta kakhulu leyo bill mina neqembu lami naleli committee ekuthenini uma kufika isimo esifana naleso abantu balekeleleke ekutheni bakwazi ukuthi basizakala. Isibonelo nje sokugcina engizosenza ileso ukuthi uyabona nje uma uye ebank uyofuna ukuthenga iplazi lika 2 million angeke uzulithole leyo funding yokuthola lelo plazi. Kodwa uma uyothenga imoto ka 2 million akupheli ngisho usuku kuthiwa congratulations, your application has been approved. So ke ngithi ngalawo magama ngiyacela kakhulu ukuthi sibhekelele leyo nto leyo. Lastly, there is an issue of the resignations that are taking place. I believe there's something like that. Okay, let me leave that one. But it's very concerning that we don't have enough staff, as we have put it. I hope I heard you correctly. If we don't have the enough staff that we need, then it's going to be a problem. So I just want to find out as to what exactly are you doing to mitigate that one. Thank you.
Are you?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
So,
Let's.
well, member umkhatha makathi kwiqembu likaZuma nathi singamalunga sizayisupporta le nto.
Angisezwana. Uthi Dlelane. Ake ngimiyeke ke kanjalo.
You are out of order, Honorable Mluleki.
I think. Sorry. Can I go ahead?
You know, it still comes back. What he has said, I'm not that perfect and good in Zulu, but I got what you were saying. I want to also put an emphasis to your good self, you know. Even in terms of what is raising, in terms of your marketing strategy. I've raised it, still you did not give a proper response. Consider as well partnering with technical schools, colleges, where they do. You do have programs that you go to those technicals, even high schools, because you know your product versus your systems, isn't it? You are also give approval on systems, the innovative part, the new system that comes in. You know, when we grew up, it's all about doing a foundation, you put a brick, then it goes up. But these days we see something else as well. You even do with a steel and a glass only. Is it not part of you? We are having a challenge of water in the country. How do we then become innovative and you build a system that saves water in terms of a toilet or be it washing, something like that? To get my point, how do you intensify, making it a point out there in our deep rural villages to know that if a child, a citizen, can be more innovative in assisting the government, you are there as an entity to approve. At the same time, while you're approving, I believe you even assist that particular product that you have approved to develop more and gain demand and grow further. So those are the things that we feel like you need to talk to them, and then as well maybe need an assistant. By the way, when you come here, it's not all about you coming to report. You'll be subjected to questions, but at the same time, you need to tell us, and we must unearth the part where we can assist you to work well. So I want you, when you respond to what he has raised, put it at the back of your mind. It's not about being on top of you like we are fighting you, but it's about you talking to even South Africans. You are here, you exist. How do you best assist? How do you attract young innovators of this country to then flourish and change their lives? Your entity has got a capacity to change the lives of South Africans. Your entity falls on the part of the recovery of this economy through your innovative work, through your client who can bring things that are very much innovative to recover the economy. While we are dealing with infrastructure that is led by the DG, when you build a major infrastructures, how do they come back to you and utilize your product? You need to sell yourself as well to us legislatures, as much as I've raised that part of saying, I think you responded it in a different way. I'm talking about a document, a proposal of a policy that needs to come to Parliament, that needs to come to Cabinet. So that proposal on its own, it will create a demand because you have, it will make us even to amend your legislation. You must move from Schedule 3 to a different schedule. Then how do you then move? With what you have responded, an example of your section in finance, whether you are very slim, it's you alone. You are telling us now it's you alone. Then how do you then attract young people who must then come and beef you up? How do you expand your capital in making sure that it must not be one accountant or a clerk, it must be two? Those are the things that when you respond, we must be in a position even ourselves when we discuss in our own and even influence and make recommendations to the department when we take the resolution track. We'll want to see and make a follow-up with the DG. How far with what we've engaged and resolved? It cannot be just a talk show. We are questioning you so that we need to find a proper way to assist you and make a follow-up of what we are recommending. It must be implementable. You can respond.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and thanks, Honorable Member, for the question. Yeah, then when it comes to issue of addressing our invisibility, we are coming up with a strategy of mapping out to our stakeholders, and then we have started, I think, developing some relationship with the University of Cape Town. We'll also look at the technical schools and the technical colleges, but then also looking at our constraints, financials. We will also need to start relating more with SALGA because quite a lot of approvals usually happens at municipal level. Then, which means if we had that access, we might be able to be in gathering where we meet municipal managers and mayors, and then they can be able maybe to take our message further. And then maybe another stakeholder that we also need to look into is the National House of Traditional Leaders, because they are also an important stakeholders within our nation. Then if we are able to start building some kind of collaborative relationship with the traditional leaders, they are also more likely to take our message to the rural areas. Thank you.
Chair, as much as we acknowledge your organogram, your support staff is so thin, by any chance, do you have field workers?
No, we don't.
And then it's a challenge. If you had a field worker, maybe 2 or 3, we are 7. Actually, we are 8 with Letlape on the platform. We each and every one of us has got a constituency office. A constituency office has got its own programs. I was of the view and the suggestion that, are you available if we've got any program in our constituency where you'll even bypass the long route? We are not saying you must not do that, of coming via structures that you wait for them to sit according to their programmed programs. But each and every one of us, we've got constituency. Every Monday or quarterly, we've got programs that we do in our different constituency. Are you available to be invited when we do our programs to engage our communities? A constituency is very big. It's broad. Mine is big. It consists of 10 wards from the municipality. And mostly when you do a program, there's no way you can engage the municipality. There's no way that you can have different stakeholders within the constituency. So, but I think it does not fit very well with how you are saying it. Actually, agreements consist of management, top management. It does not have the junior staff. It will be a bit difficult.
Yeah, we do have, thanks Honorable Chair, we do have the marketing department, and I think we will just have to coordinate your schedule, I think with the office of the CEO, so that they can make relevant people available whenever maybe there are such stakeholder engagement. And then yes, we have also looked at trying to also benefit from our sister entities, your IDT and also CIDB, who tend to have much bigger budget as compared to us, and also the national footprint. I think one of the strategies we wanted to come up with was to have our logo in almost all these provincial offices, either of IDT or CIDB, so that we can increase our own visibility. But then yes, we take your suggestion fully and we'll do something about it.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo. Cha, ngithuswalelile ukuthi nayo i-marketing department engifisa ukwazi ukuthi yenzani leyo marketing department okaduyisho. Okwesibili ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi nakho ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngicela siyibalekele le temptation yokunaka kuphela ama colleges. Njengoba uchair kade esho sinemphakathi, abanye abasafundi, abanye bafundile kunjani. Lento ayidingi innovation, ayidingi umuntu okuthi ufundile ingqondo nje. Lento esikhuluma ngayo sifuna ukuyibona and ngizoyilandelela ke le. Ukubona lento oyishoyo ukuthi nizoqhamuka nezinhlelo, ngifuna ukulandelela ke lokho ngibona ukuthi kuyenzeka yini. Ngizoba nje iphele endlebeni kunina ekuthenini lento sifuna ukuyibona yenzeka, ngoba izoxazulula lenkinga yokungasebenzi kwabantu. Angithandi ukuthi ngithi abantu abasha, kodwa nje abantu in general base South Africa. Yabona njengoba siyilana nje ufollow abantu zonke izinsuku athi angidlile anginalutho. Uma singamsebenzisa uAgre South Africa ekuthenini to unleash the talent that people have from within, I believe we can go far in terms of ensuring that people are better off than they are right now. So ngiyacela kakhulu, I'll be doing a close follow-up on this one, and to make sure that indeed it is being done. And remember, Chair, with your permission, I'm closing up now. I understand you don't have money, but you have got a very operating on a shoestring budget. But imali khona South Africa. Ukuthi nje uma ningaqhamuka nisho nithi nina nakho esizokwenzela abantu, nakho esobasiza ngapha, izoqhamuka imali. Inkinga enye into yenza igcina idliwe imali ukuthi vele ihlezi lapha yabo. kugcina kunesilingo ke sokuthi igcina ithatheka kodwa nje iqiniso lithi qhamukani nohlelo lokuthi lento soyenza kanjani, and thina as this committee will support you. I thank you, Chair.
Yes, I think maybe we want to welcome the proposer to give us access to the constituency you referred to. I think we can make available certain individuals who can come and speak to the constituency about what we do, our role is, because in this case, it's not understanding where the question is coming from. It's not about how we market, because we'll tell them about the logo but they need to know what is it that we're doing, and we need to bring people who actually know the work, not just the marketing team. Because even if it's the marketing team, there's one person just to pass by there. There's one person in the marketing team. But the issues that you've raised, maybe we must go back to the issue that Agrima was a unit in CSIR. And when we were given the mandate and the act to be an independent entity, when I started at the position, I did a review and I said, there's no way with this mandate, we can implement this mandate with this budget. So it was clear that we need to relook, and I'm glad the department touched on, we need to relook at the allocation as a base to start with. Because what you're saying now, we should be going out on a drive to say we are inviting 10 innovators for a competition to assess innovative build products, and we fund that. But with the budget that we have, we can't even invite one because it costs roughly over 150,000 to engage a professional who will assess those things, to test water penetration, the performance under fire, a whole lot of tests that are done at the lab, and some we need to rent a space to see how they perform over years. How do they perform under the condition of rain, wind, and stuff like that? So it's more about the word I like using is a not fully funded mandate. So that's the challenge that we're having. And what also you see that makes it makes it look like people are not aware of this product is also the role of all the people that are involved in the infrastructure within the country, where we have these approved products, but where do we see them being used by the state? Because it talks about acceptability by the public. If they don't see a school built from one of our wall panels, they will not want to use it in their own space, and they will not believe in that product, and it limits the market for a approved certificate holder. So that's the challenge that we're having. Because also further to that is, it's well and good to approve a certificate, but they must know, with this certificate, where am I going to build? Who accepts this product? And I think we need to lead in that space. When I say we, I mean the public sector in its entirety. If it's the, I don't know who's responsible for human settlement. If it's human settlement, where are they? How many products from Agrima are they using? So those kind of things influence also the reaction that we get from people coming through in terms of being innovative and so forth. But in our case, also to address the issue of our structure, it all comes back to now the chair touched on it. When you look at it from a budget point of view, when you look at how much is allocated to cost of employees over the total budget, you're talking about an entity that must have engineers, and you have 32 million. How many engineers can you appoint with 32 million? So you see, that's the challenge that we have. So with 32 million, you can't even have an accountant and a finance manager, and you can't load that side, which is support. You must have the core people that are there, and they are not even accurately or competitively remunerated. Then it means they come and go. They come and go because they just want somewhere to warm the seat while they're looking for the next better opportunity, because we don't afford to compensate them. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Look, when we are talking about marketing, when you market something, you can market anything. You see, right now the products that we are talking about, are not known mainly in the built environment. The clients, which is ordinary South Africans, they have no idea what is this whole thing all about. Now, if you understand marketing, how it works, you take something that is unknown and you bring it to the table and tell the people the good thing about it, and then from there, the people will start coming in, and the market will then grow. And secondly, like I said, you are operating on a shoestring budget. I know that. But as people who are employed here, I believe it's your duty to grow the entity that you are in. Do things that will cause this entity to grow. That's very important. Right now, yes, we all agree you are operating the way you're operating, but come up with things that will push the department, the mother body, to make sure ukuthi niyakhula, and the things that I've raised will, if you would to put them together and present them to the department, I'm sure something will be done. And we will support you as the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's a comment, but I'll ask Bongtombe.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members. The DG was reminding me around the leverages which we have for this entity to get opportunity to market themselves. At the sector level, what the DG and Minister has introduced at our MINMEC and technical MINMEC, they were able to put a slot for all our entities to market themselves and put areas where they need collaboration at the sector. So we're having that standing item, so that over and above the national department, all our provincial public works, they are able to appreciate the role of our entities and where they can support. It's standing. So on quarterly basis, we deal with it in that manner. And in all our MINMEC and technical MINMEC, we have SALGA. SALGA is a permanent feature in our engagement. They're there. So when they make reference of SALGA, they have it at their disposal on quarterly basis to engage even physical on their plight. The last part is around the issues of the question which was raised by one of honorable members concerning AMACOS, the National House of Traditional Leaders. The district president has given our department a role to coordinate a work stream for National House of Traditional Leaders, dealing with the aspect of infrastructure investment plan. They went further to give us 10 members of National House of Traditional Leaders, which we coordinate as a department. Our minister is the chair of that particular work stream, interministerial task team. So we are reporting on that, where they're having leverage as well as an entity to put a plan which talks about innovation, particularly in the areas of rural communities. And we need to report on that. So in other ways, Chairperson, I'm indicating that there are leverages which the entities need to use, even without budget. It's a structures which we coordinate as a department to make an impact on those particular stakeholders. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Madikizela, I know you have been asking yourself whether you have been forgotten. No. It can't be business as usual. It's your turn.
Maybe before I make my input, I do want to make an appeal to you, Chair, that we plan our days on the basis of the agenda that we get. And I think it's going to be important that all of us stick to the time that is given to us, including myself. I will take far less than 10 minutes because I'm conscious of the time. Before I ask questions, I just want to make a general comment about Agrima SA. Fortunately for me, when Agrima SA was established as an entity, in my previous life, I was already in the sector. And I do want to, perhaps before I come to Agrimo SA team, to ask DG whether we can really justify having Agrimo SA as a Schedule 3A entity. Because if you look at the establishment of Agrimo SA, which was established in 1969 through delegated authority and then turned into a Schedule 3A entity, I'm not sure what justified that. Because this could be a chief directorate substructure that can do the work that they are doing under the department. Because the reality is that if you look at the budget, you look at the personnel of Agrimo SA, and if you look at the objectives in terms of the Act and the work that it is supposed to do, I mean, the two don't talk to each other. And I agree with them that partly the success of Agrimo SA largely depends on partnership with government itself, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and Human Settlements. Because the biggest challenge that you find with IBTs or ABTs as they are called is really acceptability by the public. You know, in my previous life, when I was the MEC of Human Settlements in this province, when Agrimo SA and NHBRC were introduced, we had a competition because we wanted to promote this issue of ABTs and IBTs, where we invited a number of innovators, Zwede, people who are building using alternative building technologies, so that we can really market this to the public, and we invited people. Because there's this perception in the market, by public in particular, that anything that is not brick and mortar is substandard. And this is the perception that we largely find out there. And until we deal with that perception, which I don't believe that it is the responsibility of Agrimo SA alone, we will have these challenges. So we really need to go to a massive drive. I mean, particularly if you look at the situation that we find ourselves in as a country and as a world, that we've got to respond to the challenges of climate change. We've got to make sure that we use material that respond to the challenges of climate change. And Agrimo SA needs to play a central role in making sure that those innovations can be properly tested and approved. Now, of course, part of your role as Agrimo SA in terms of the objectives of the Act is to support and promote the introduction and the use of certified non-standardized construction-related products. And I think you spoke at length about the issue of promotion and what is it that you are doing. Because I think we must admit that because of maybe the budget and your personnel, you haven't done much. But really, your work largely depends on the partnership with the relevant departments, Human Settlements, Public Works, to make sure that there's acceptability of these IBTs and ABTs in the public. So, which then brings me to, I think I have only two questions. And I think one of the questions I did ask to the DG, and I'm hoping for a response, because it is my view that I do not believe that Agrimo SA had to really be turned into a Schedule 3A entity. I just want to understand from, I mean, it's been 10 years now. I know that we started operating 2 years after the Act. It's been 10 years now. Now, can you safely tell us what is the footprint of ABTs in construction sector across the country since you started, vis-a-vis the conventional methods of building. And for me, the other issue that is, I think, is a concern is the cost of registering these alternative building technologies to you, which impacts massively on small and emerging contractors. And to a point where many of them have these innovations, but because the cost is a hindrance, and they have these innovations, they don't register, and they don't get an opportunity to be players in the market. How do we deal with that? You know, new innovators, but who are constrained because of the cost to register. And lastly, and I mean, if you've said this, the big issue again is the issue of capacity. There are often complaints from some of the innovators that you do not have enough capacity to deal with the submissions that they are making to you. Capacity in two ways. One, capacity in terms of the turnaround time because of your limited number of the personnel. But secondly, one of the concerns is the capacity to really understand the type of innovation that they are bringing to you, so that it can be certified. They said there aren't enough people who really have the depth of understanding of all the innovations that they are bringing to you, which sometimes takes some time for them, for those innovations to be certified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I was even about to stop you as you said, let's be time conscious. But it's fine. Let's get responses. Mostly, don't be confused. He was making comments. There are only 2 questions that he have asked.
Thank you, Chair. DG said I must respond on the area of the relevance of this particular entity, Agrima, in our space. In 2015, as Honorable Matikizela already indicated, when we're trying so hard to make this entity to become a juristic person, because it was just a component within CSIR. So when we were doing the analysis by then, which necessitated for us coming with the legislation, we realized that this area of regulation of non-standardized systems in built environment, it's a gap. And this is a mandate of Public Works itself, because we're using our entities to supplement our mandate, because they're not doing things on their own. So the point Honorable Matikizela is indicating on having Agrima as a government component, the mandate they're executing, it falls within the department. So because they were already existing to deal with that space, we had to motivate that they become a regulatory entity, Schedule 3A. So that's how it was motivated, Honorable Member, then, when they existed. And now, as we were talking about 10 years later, in terms of doing a performance review to check the relevance of the Act, this is what we're doing now in terms of the process of amendment of the legislation through our policy branch, because they need to do SAYAS, they call it SAYAS, where before we put the legislation, we must have all those economic impact and so forth. So the SAYAS process is being handled by our police to answer to these questions about their relevance and the impact. And based on the questions and comments which members were raising today here around the impact of this entity, particularly to deal with the non-standardized building systems, because the standardized ones that they have a standard set by SABS. The standard is there. So this one is just there in the market, but there is no government entity that deals with that, and this was supposed to be done by the department. Hence, we're supporting the entity to exist, to help us to close the gap around that area. So I just wanted to put that rationale, Chairperson, why we came with that legislation in 2015 and why we're reviewing now in 2025 to ensure that the mandate is expanded, and we also have a review of the impact after 10 years when this entity was starting to exist. But based on the comments which members made here, they were trying to make a relevance for the entity to say, market yourself, work harder to be known, so that you deal with that space, because that's the gap which is there currently in our sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think to answer to the question around the footprint, it's a complicated question for us to respond to, because remember, it's voluntary. It means there's probably a whole lot that are being used that we have not assessed and we are not aware of. So the footprint we are aware of is limited to the ones that we have certified, and I think maybe in another setting, as a respond, we can give a detailed report of where these items are, what kind of items are. Maybe one can refer to Amalulu. It's one of the products that the Jojo tanks, some of the products that we have approved, to answer to that. And the issue of capacity, you are correct in the sense that as soon as we say it's innovative, it means someone, like you said, sometimes it's not even a person who has formal education. Someone has an idea. And now what we then do is we develop as an assessment criteria. And we say this product, if it's a building product or a system, it must perform in this way under fire. It must be performed in this way when exposed to water penetration. It must age in a certain way for it to be acceptable. So it's not much an innovative issue for us. For us, it's to set an assessment criteria to say, for a product or a system to be acceptable, these are the set standards. So you come in with it, ever innovative it is, but we expose it to certain standards to say, this is how it must perform under different conditions. But in terms of, I think the one example is a 3D system, print system. That's where we might have to engage certain people with certain levels of skills to try and assess that. But in terms of capacity, yes, there's a challenge, but also there's a set rule for us to say, this is how we assess any innovative product. We expose it to a certain assessment criteria for it to be acceptable and to say it's acceptable for use.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, Chair, I think I must, in few seconds, the relevance of the function itself is not in question, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm still questioning whether, because here's the thing, maybe, Chair, not now, one needs to understand how this function was performed under CSIR. What is the difference then and now? Because from where I'm sitting, I see very little difference and justification to take it away from there and make it a Schedule 3 entity. I think that's the point that I'm making, Chair. So one would really need to understand, because we have a number of entities out there. You have Green Building Council of South Africa, NHBRC, SABS. They are all dealing with the standards of building. So solving a problem by creating an entity, as far as I'm concerned, does not always guarantee a success. So that's the point.
It's not a follow-up. Don't be tempted to respond, DG. It was just a comment, and bearing in mind that today we are dealing with an annual report. It's not like they are bringing a quarterly report that will need to redirect, rechange, and remodel the entity. But our focus, and in most of the questions and the comment, it was all about its performance. So for today, with those other issues that have been raised, don't just it's for you to consider later and be ready when you come for a quarterly report. Today we are dealing with your annual performance, not remodeling the entity. As we are going to land, the last member, Sipo, can you wrap it up? You have been very far. As we have welcomed you, you know, you came very early, very early. You are still early leaving for tomorrow. And you missed everything. Maybe what we must request the DG is that his communication officer takes us pictures with a phone. Can't you equip your communication office?
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to your good selves, honorable members. The DM in his absentia, together with the minister, the DG and the team, Agre SA. Sorry, Chair, for being late. I think we must first acknowledge the presentation and welcome it. But despite the challenges, we must agree that Agre SA, at least there are improvements. You see by the achieved 81% performance with 22 targets against 27, which is the good thing. But on that note, one will also be concerned about these 5 targets that were not achieved. Because in the main, even if it was 1, it will continuously affect the issue of service delivery. Now, and it affects the lives of our people. Now, one will wish that to an explanation, what are the main reasons for the failure of to reach the 100% target? And also, how are we going to avoid this in the next financial year? Number 2, Chair, I think we must appreciate that after 8 years, you were able to achieve clean audit, which is the good thing. It shows that in compliance we are improving. But one will also be concerned, how do we maintain this? Or either how do we improve this? Do we have a system in place that will assist us to either maintain what we have or improve it? Chair, what also it has been raised by Honorable Letlape on the platform. No, on the issue of the 2 million reduction in grant allocation, we will know that it is going to affect, generally it's going to affect the operations. But how do you plan to, how is it going to affect the operations, and also how do you plan to mitigate that? But again, my concern, Chair, is that you can't have an entity that relies on grants. Because it tells you that if there are no grants, there are no operations. And so I would also want to know what are strategies does Agre SA has to increase its own generated revenue. Another question, Chair, that I want to pose is, what are the challenges the entity is facing in borrowing and attracting investment as the net assets have been reduced from the year 2024 to 2025? Another one, will the decrease in cash and cash equivalents in the year 2025 as compared to 2024 not affect the entity's liquidity, which might hamper short-term obligations like payrolls and debt payments? The last question that I wish to ask, are there any emerging risks expected to impact the 2025-2026 financial year? And how do we also wish to, if there are any, wish to mitigate them or avoid those risks? Thank you very much, Chair.
Straight and direct.
Thank you so much for those questions. I take it, honorable member. Really looked at so the issue around cash and cash equivalents and how it affects our liquidity. You will realize that we, luckily, with the government, with the department, they are very timeous in terms of dispensing the grant allocation. I think we've, at least in the current financial year 25-26, we agreed on having a 2-tranche allocation, which gives us also the opportunity to manage our cash flows, as opposed to in the prior year, they would give us per quarter. So it's not much of a challenge. Also looking at the kind of entity we are, being a Schedule 3A, with that, the expectation is that when we come into the new financial year, you will get that cash injection for us to fund the operations. And going further, to answer your question around our own revenue generation, we do have a couple of revenue streams that we have. There's a certification process. There's now a new and introduced revenue stream, was the issue of now charging the quality and validity review work that we go and do with the active certificate holders. That has been, we've seen a lot of improvements, something that we started in the current financial year. I think in the first 2 quarters, we can also touch on it and say we've seen at least up to 500,000, which is huge for us. But also to touch on that, the big issue that you would have noticed in our financial position, you'll see that our receivables also sit at a very high value. That is also coming from the questions that the members had touched on earlier on about how do we support those that are struggling, because then we have someone who's a certificate holder, we expect them to pay annual fees, which is now 3.1. They will tell you we don't have 3.1 to pay for annual fees. And then you have invoiced them, then it's sitting there as a receivable. So it's also a challenge that we're facing to say, as much as we want to raise revenue, the people that we are supposed to serve don't have the funds that we are expecting from them for the service to be rendered. And I think to touch on the issue around the mitigating, the reasons why we did not achieve some of those targets, I think Jose will touch on that. My colleague will touch on that. And in terms of, as well as the issue around the newly identified risks, but to also touch on that a bit is to indicate that in our new APP, when we did the APP, when we assessed the risk, there were no new significant risks that we would say were not identified in the previous year. It's just a matter of those that were identified previously and were not mitigated fully, or we're still managing, are still being monitored on a monthly and quarterly basis as we report to our governance structure. And on the issues of borrowings, the legislation does not permit us to go to banks for funding. So it's not an option for us because of who we are as an entity. I think if there's any option of any financial injection into us, it would be through the department with the engagement of National Treasury, not directly from us with funders. I think what we have as an opportunity is as far as collaborations are involved, where we can have sponsorships and collaborations for funding of people by the private sector. That's as far as it can go, but not for us to have a borrowing facility and have to pay back the money. Thanks.
No?
Can you switch off your mic, Masam? think all members, you have been covered. There are no further questions from the members. And let me take this opportunity as well to welcome and appreciate your effort. Even though DG, it was a men's show only. We thought they were gonna give each other and say, the ladies at the back must respond to some, but it tells us that the entity on its own, it's managed, governed by men. Because you said nothing. Even Mtombe had to chip in and assist you with responses. Chair, you could not, with your powers, you could not say, let me call the lady that side to respond. It seems like it's a men's show. I'll want to take you back to your presentation. I can't remember whether that slide it was, there was an indication of a decline, if you remember in your presentation. And in that decline, that's why I can't even remember it very well, whether it was non-financial or financials. I don't understand the cause of decline and what caused, but I think it was on financials. As I refer back to my notes, if you go to your slide where there is you spoke about the equity report, but I think it was financials. There was an issue of decline before you could speak about the more spending of your employee cost and leases. On top of that, there's a slide where you spoke about a decline, which I did not get. What caused your decline and how come? You know, that decline is just stand there. You did not explain it better. Are you getting what I'm talking about?
I think I have an idea. It was on the issue of own revenue generation, where we had a decline on compared to the prior year, and also the allocation from the department, where it declined by 2 million. I think, Chair, it's important to note that the year before, the year ended 2024, we had a challenge where we could not spend our full allocation, and we had retained 11 million. That's where I think it also pushed for a reduction in that allocation going to the new financial year. But we have since sorted that out, because the entire allocation from the prior year and the retained surpluses were fully expended in the financial year under review. Also now the issue about the revenue generation, the challenges that we faced were the issues about the amount of time it took to certify some of the products. So that affected how much revenue we could realize. But there's since been an improvement, because for the first time in a long time at Agrima, in Q2 we reported an approval of this current quarter of about 8 certificates in one quarter, which has never been done in a very long time at Agrima, which will also have an impact on the revenue generation. Thank you.
It sounds better. And it also wants you to go back, even though switch off yours. It even goes back to most of our members that spoke about your visibility, or you as known by South Africans. I thought you were going to marry it and go back with your programs of non-financials to try and balance it with why do you get a decline? when you present your non-financials, you are supposed to speak to that. Even though you speak about even the process of you delaying to approve, you are telling us there's an improvement, but you are not getting into the system itself and try to make it simpler for us to understand. Have you cut at cost? What was the cost of you having a long thing that approves the system very late? Or what was the problem with you having a long process of approval before, and now how did you approve it? Have you cut at other corners, or was the story? So it does not want us to think otherwise, because I might think you have cut at corners, but therefore you did not. It's just that you have changed a way of the approval system. What is that? Can you try to explain to us? What have you improved?
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the challenges that we're facing is when we get applications. It's something that we're still trying to sort out as well as we go forward. You get someone applying for certification, and we consider them and say, yes, this is worth being assessed as an innovative product or system. But then they end up there, because then the applicants themselves need to give us the items to be assessed, or we let them know that this item, you bring it in, we take it through to certain professionals for assessment. Now, what we've seen with a lot of applications that would come, it would end with the application being received, but then the actual product to be assessed would not come through for consideration by ourselves. So you would see that as soon as the product is made available for assessment, it does not necessarily take long within the way we do assessments as an organization. It also depends on the availability of the applicants to make those products available for assessment, because you find that someone has the idea and it's on paper, but remember, we test some of these things, the physical item. So there would be that gap where the application comes in January and we are exposed to the item far later in the year. That would have affected how many products we really consider in the financial year.
Thank you so much, honorable members, the delegation. I want to take this opportunity to thank your time and appreciate, and also request members, tomorrow we've got 2 entities. And all of them, we expect them to arrive at 9. DG, the entire delegation, we expect them to arrive at 9. We are not going to do sessions after sessions, but we'll just get to a meeting and allow it to flow. If the time is managed like today, as Madikizela is saying, we'll be fine. We might be in a position to adjourn early. Today and tomorrow, the agenda will still stand. Like, we're not going to do the tracking of resolution as the days are the same. We're not going to do minutes of the previous meeting, as the reason is still the same like today. But we want to take this opportunity and say, Chair and your delegation of Agrima, have a safe trip back and consider all the advices that you have been given and all the questions, take them positively to grow further. And we wish you all the best. We wish you could expand and not have any section that you have one person. It means if today, after a year, there's an accident, you die, CFO, the entity is gone. And death is there. So, Chair, you must look into it seriously so. anything can happen. We can't even predict, we don't control lives. Healthy as you are, anything can happen. So we can't run a system or an entity like it's a spaza shop. We must think ahead. Baba Mtombeni, you have a responsibility and a role to say, and also try to assist in seeking funds for the entity. Assist, give more innovative ideas, because they even specialize with innovation. They must grow bigger. We want to see, we'll be proud as the portfolio to say we assisted, we have helped the entity to be where it is maybe in the next 5 years. Obviously, we might not even be part of this portfolio, but we'll want to see you grow bigger. So, in the absence of none, we've exhausted our items in the agenda. We are inviting all of you to share a finger lunch with us outside. Don't make a fruitless and a wasteful expenditure. We are inviting you to go and have a bite, eat with us, and have a fruitful day further, because we know you are not going to rest. You still have a lot to do, as you'll be going back, be it you are flying today or tomorrow, but we know you are always busy. And don't take us otherwise. We know you have a lot. In particular from the department, Bamuntombe, I understand the whole week it's a headache. Your entities are coming. I can't even speak about the DGs. Look, we've taken a decision that all MPs in this portfolio, in their constituency and their programs, will want your support from the minister's office and the entity to come to do our programs in our constituency. Entities needs to be known. The department also must assist us in our different constituencies. In my constituency, look, I'm going to submit 3 or 4 schools. Those schools, they are in tatters. You know, when you pass, even some I'm even afraid to visit them. I just pass. They are not like it's a school of democracy. The only thing that I need from your office, look, and the DM's office, it's painting in some of the school. Assist us to paint. While we'll be going there with you to paint, we'll also request, if it's a high school, we'll request Agrima to come and encourage young people to join, even to think outside the box and be innovative. This is part of their role. We'll be assisting them. Where we're gonna do, if it's a community project, we'll also invite CIDB. They have a role to play, even grading those contractors. They must not buy the grading. They must earn it to stop the project, unfinished project. We'll want CBE. You know, people, you might think, they even confuse CIDB and CBE. Build environment that must go hand in hand on a daily basis with Agrima. We'll need them as well. So I'm giving it to you because it's a political office that you are running. And we are sending, we'll request the minister and the deputy minister to give support. At the same time, popularizing marketing for the entities, and try to deliver and assist our fellow South Africans where there's a need. Sometimes there's no need for a budget. It just needs you in your department as you are giving back to the community. Assist us just to paint schools. In some, they don't have equipment like your chairs, your tables. We just need some few. And I want to urge and plead to your office and the DG, our members will submit the request from our different constituencies. We know and understand it cannot be at the same time, but you'll have to choose bit by bit until the end of this term, at least touch each and every one of us in our different communities. It's not personal, but we'll want, because we work for the citizens of this country, we'll want to touch different communities from our constituencies. The meeting stand adjourned. Thank you.